Okay, this bit's going to take a little while. Alright, we'll put them in their idols, and then if we add under character, avatar, plus it should add custom character. So she's girl001. Good morning, Cap. Literally just beat the mech game and rolled credits as you logged in. Congrats, congrats. Hope it was enjoyable. It looked kind of cool. Maybe I'll check it out one day if I ever have the time. There are not enough hours in the day, sadly. That's kind of where I'm at right now. No, I didn't want to add motion. I wanted to add character. Alright, so what the plan is for right now is I'm just going to export all my characters, because I have all my characters together, right? I have all my characters together, I have all my armor together, I have all my weapons together, and I want to get organized. And so for a while now I've been thinking, okay, I want there to be some kind of in-game guide on all this, right? So the player can see all of this stuff. So the player can check out stats on weapons, armor, find out about the characters, etc., etc. So we have a data-driven game, right? And it's like, well, it would also be cool to just make a website for the game with all of this data in it. And then that could double as an in-game guide, right? We can open the web link to the wiki from in the game. And then if the player needs help in the game, then we've got kill two birds with one stone, right? The game now has a website with all of this data in it, dozens of pages for all the armor and weapons, and you know, might get some people finding it because of that. But also it's a guide for in the game, right, for the player to refer to. And it's just something cool as well for me to sort of like, I don't know, a way to organize data and stuff like that. Because I've done similar things to this in the past, where I've used the Unity data structures to make websites, like automate a website based on some data struct. So since we already have the data struct there in the game, right, then it just seems like a no-brainer to me to wait. Why? Okay. She is 004. So first off, because I've been lazy, well, I haven't been lazy, it's just not finding the time, right? Because I haven't had time to go through and like export all of these characters as custom characters in this studio. Currently I've never needed them all together before, that's why. So if you don't need them all together, you don't need to do that, because you just load them one at a time, and we just do something with them one at a time, right? That covers animation, it covers any kind of artwork we want out of it, and everything I've done up to this point. But now what I want to do is I want to make a little video banner for the top of this website, and I want them all to sort of have a bit of an idle animation going on. Oh, she seems fucking huge. It's probably just because, no, the camera was probably brought down to meet her. Yeah, down there probably. Where am I? Content, custom, add 006. And Auburn and 007. Good morning. Oh, that's Canthia. Good morning, Canthia. How are you? Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the data that's already in the game, and we're going to write a script that's going to let us export all of that data into a website for us, and then we'll have a little tool in the game, a developer tool, that basically lets me say, okay, I've updated something, might be weapon stats, might be one of the character's attributes, whatever it might be, publish that to the website, and it'll just build all the web pages again and update them, and then we upload that to the website, and the website's up to date. You can also use something similar to like do like live real-time leaderboards and things like that. So let's say you wanted to have like leaderboards, who cleared this the fastest, who scored the most, and you want to upload that to a website somewhere. The problem with that is you need FTP though. But I learned something really cool. So, okay, FTP, I already knew how to do this securely inside of a Windows binary build, right? Because you have to authenticate FTP with a username and password, right? Now that's a risk if people can see your username and password, because then they have full access to your web server. So I have ways of encrypting and masking those details inside of Windows binaries. So even if you use a decompiler or something like I can't remember what it's called, all these Unity hacks that you can run, you can't ever get my credentials out of it. However, it's a little bit trickier inside of a web build, because in a web browser you have access to developer tools, and you can easily get inside the console and you can sort of get right into things. Anyone who's good in console on a web build could get in and find pretty much anything. So I was discussing this with ChatGPT, and I was like, hey, I want to add a feature in the game where I connect to ChatGPT and the player can chat to Clover, and that just sends a request to the chatbot, and then the chatbot responds. But I don't want to expose my OpenAI credentials. How can I, what would be the way of dealing with that? So what you do is you set up like a little proxy basically, and then that proxy service will take a request off you, and you just say, hey, I want to do a request, right? My client is requesting a service. And then deep inside of that, that's where all the credentials will connect to the real thing. So you just talk to this sort of middle layer. So the game only talks to this middle layer. So unless they could get into that, they wouldn't be able to get to your thing. So we could use something like that with FTP and then upload like leaderboards and stuff to the web server. We're not going to do any of that. The game's not going to update itself because it's too risky and it's too much. Right, it's just going to be a developer tool. So I, the developer, before the game goes live, right at the end, I can just update the website and then upload it manually to my web server, and then I know it's up to date, because that's as much functionality as we need. But yeah, you could set up a proxy, have that connect to your FTP service, and you could update like leaderboards or user profiles or whatever you want, right, in real time through the game itself. But we're not going to go that far because we don't need to. There's no point over designing like beyond what you need, right? Also got to sort of avoid feature creep whenever possible. 007, Michael Jackson the nurse. She still looks like Michael Jackson. Hee hee. I'm here to take your temperature. Ooh. I'm here with my thermometer. Alright, so we are 008. Oh my god, it's going to take so long. It's not going to take that long. It's not going to take that long. Chloe looking absolutely fun. Absolutely overjoyed. Get down there. Stop being so happy. It's work time. Alright, she is 009. Almost halfway there. Almost. God, imagine like working on a game like Genshin Impact. Imagine what that'd be like. No wonder they can't add loadouts. All this, it's just crazy though. All this is just so that I can have them all stood next to each other in the same scene. It's going to be easier than doing it any other way. Okay. Idle pause. Mrs. Potato Head. The one and only. She looks weird when she goes into the shadow. They all do actually. We'll go do this one and 011. And then on the 12. Okay. Ninja Fiorella. Ready to strike. Ready to strike at a moment's notice. Okay, that's 012. 13. Yeah, really, I should have been doing that as I was going along, but I've kind of been speed running everything. Running so many hours in the day. 14. Alright, 15. That didn't work. This is 15. Yep, this is 15. 16. Yeah, why is she? That's so weird. I thought she was rotated. She seems to be like slightly tilted. I always suspected that. I was like, she looks tilted. It's the tilted cat girl. Permanently tilted. Why so tilted? Catarina. You been on Twitter? She's been somewhere. Idle pause. She's already in the idle pause. Apparently so. Well, the girl who's just so fucking, you know, like, oh, I'm so special, that she just stands in her idle pose and still looks great. Like, what the fuck? She doesn't even need to be posed. She's just like good enough. It's like, I'm perfect as I am. Fuck you. Wow, what a prissy little bitch. All right, so what a prissy little bitch. We love her though. Right. 018. I love all these characters, well, obviously, because I wouldn't have added them to the game if I didn't. Some are better than others, obviously. You're not supposed to pick favourites, but you know, everybody always has their favourites, right? It's impossible not to have favourites. Alright, we've got 2 more to go. Mambo and Girl Brush. Idle. So she is 20. And finally Girl Brush. What am I doing? Idle. Okay, we finally have them all in this list, so we can bring them all into the same scene. Okay, so what we want is we want a responsive website. What does that mean? It means responsive websites are the best. It means the website will resize based on whatever shape the browser is. Responsive websites are absolutely definitely the best. And really, a good responsive website will switch between 2 modes, right? It will switch between portrait mode and landscape mode, because people look at websites on mobile phones and it's a pain in the ass. So this is why you ideally want a responsive website. So what we will need is about 2,000 wide by something a lot less wide, if that makes sense. Maybe 250. Yeah, that looks fine. Right, so this is going to be the banner at the top of the site. Now, I'm going to want a background. And I think I want it to be black. But what I might do, because I made these cool little things yesterday. So we already know that this is 2000 by 250. So we can get in Photoshop and make a 2000 by 250. Alright, and I'm just going to make a new layer. Okay, then we're going to get our gradient tool. And we're going to get a dark grey. And we're going to get a black. Actually, I want to go really gnarly and really dark grey for this one. So I want it to be mostly black, and I'm just going to give it a little bit of a... There we go. Now that almost looks like pure black, but it's not. Then I'm going to get my amazing pattern thing that I found yesterday. But I need to make it much bigger because the pattern's too big. So we're going to make it 9,000 by 2,250. And we're just going to grab our paintbrush our filler, if I can find it. There it is. We're going to go to pattern, and we're going to go and stick that in. There it is. Ooh, yeah, I might go for a straight line one. I don't know. I did rotate it last time. Yeah, true, I did. You know what? Let's actually make it square then, because then I can rotate it nicely. Gives me lots of room to play with. There we go. And we'll make a new layer. And we'll fill that layer. Right, now we're going to grab that layer, and we're going to size it and rotate it exactly the way we want. Probably an easy way of doing this where you can zoom right out, but I'm not aware of it right now. So we're just gonna wrestle with it for a bit. It starts to look the way I want. Oh boy. Let me just at least give myself a bit more canvas to work with. More. Okay, I think I like that. Okay, and we're going to fade that right in. There we go. Now it's kind of gritty, but not too gritty. Okay, I like that a lot. Then we're going to get our iDLE logo. From project resources. iDLE, and where is our logo? Logo.psd. Oh, we've got a PNG version here. That'll do. And we're just going to put the logo probably on the left, I think. Okay, yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So this is going to be along the top of the website, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this image as a PNG, and we're going to call it. Actually, let's make a little website resources folder, web, and this is going to be the header.png. And then we want to get our header image, and we just want to give it to this. There we go. Beautiful. Now what I can do is get all my girls together. We're just going to animate them slightly along the top, so all our girls are in the scene. So she's on the far right because she's last. I'm going to face it this way a little bit. Alright, so let's try and get a bit more real estate. I guess we're working backwards. So we want to deselect her, bring in 20, and our transform is way off. Okay, so for now, so I can actually grab people. Transform's still off. That's annoying. Will it come back if I make that too? Yeah. I just want that little green one. No, I don't, because that's going that way. I guess I want the red one. Okay, maybe I did get the red one last time by mistake. Oh, this is a really small handle to get. I was going to say a really small tool, but I didn't want to admit that I have a really small tool. Okay, this is going to be kind of awkward. Let me just move... Let me just move the camera this way. Let's just move them into view. The first thing I need to do is just get them all into the scene and have them next to each other. Where did I replace? Oh, you motherfucker! I replaced Mambo. I didn't mean to. Okay. 19. 18. 17. It's like the weirdest. 16. Looks like the weirdest lineup, you know, the criminal lineup where it's like, can you identify the girl who stole your purse, Mrs. Edmonton? Oh my god, would you just deselect? Thank you. 14. Run out of space. 13. Oh no! We're replacing Alice. Okay, I forgot to deselect. Deselect. 13. Let's make a gotcha game. Yeah. This is going to be great. It's going great, okay? It's just, I just need time. I just need 6 lives to do it in, that's all. I kind of just need people to just let me get on with it, to be honest. There are external factors that somewhat hinder me and are outside of my control. But we do what we can. Alright, 8. Yeah, apparently if you custom tailor your life to have as little outside influence as possible so that you can just make video games, learn how to make games and make games, life finds a way to be like, let me just interrupt that, shall I? Let me just do what I can to get in your way. Good job, we've got a nice beefy video card, isn't it? Actually, these are quite low cost, to be honest. Ah, I made a mistake on the last one. Right, deselect. Right, you can see that there are some size discrepancies. She's always been a big bitch. So in here, it's really not that easy to resize them. This isn't like Unity. There is an avatar resize thing, but it warns you that it can break, and I don't know whether it's going to break it or not. She's the only one who's like insanely large. I might have to do a camera trick and push her further. Get the other way. Just push her further back and bring it down to like make it appear to be a bit more sensibly sized. Will you? No, she seems a bit too small. Because you can't really see what perspective is doing in this. So we might get away with that. Plus, you're not going to see the full bodies anyway. You're only going to see the heads. Okay, so. Oh boy. Now we want to put it back to 250. She's way out of. And yeah, I don't think we can rotate the camera. We're gonna have to rotate them. Well, boy oh boy, this is gonna be a little bit tougher than I first thought. She's ruining everything, big bitch. Let me see if I can fix big bitch. Let me delete big bitch. What number is she? Which number's missing? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh my god. Where are you, big bitch? Which one are you? You are 003. Right, let's get you loaded back in so that you're on the same axis, Z axis as everybody else. Oh my god, what are you doing? Right there. Right, there is a tool in here that lets me resize them, but it shouts at you and warns you, and avatar proportion. Oh, adjusting can break things. Yes, I know, but I don't have a choice. 90%. Less. 50%. That's going to be too small. Okay, more. 70%. There we go. I think it'll be alright for these purposes. Okay, that seems fine. Right, the next thing I want to do... Can I just highlight all of those and rotate them all at once? No, because this isn't Unity. Why are you making me do this on every single one? This is so irritating. Okay, so now to have them sort of somewhat face the camera, they all want to be at about 90 degrees on the Z-axis. So now I have to painstakingly click every single one and type 90 in here to make them face the right way. Oh boy. We do love it. We do live for this. It is the best. Tools that really make you work and sweat. Tools that really want you to put that effort in, you know. Tools that really don't want, like, no quality of life. No quality of life. You do this sat on a bed of spikes. Alright, time for an art break after all that. I'll check in later. Ooh, what are you making? Alright, let me try and get 90. 90. 90. 90. And we have this rule about looking space, so what we'll do is we will sort of fan them so that they, you know, they go more center and then further out along we get. Further along we get, but we can do that as we go along. Okay. 250. Alright, now we are looking much, much better. Now the little girls on the end are short and little. Also, wait, why do we have some naughty girls that are facing the wrong way? I don't know. I thought I got them all. Why are you being naughty? Come this way. What is happening? Why? Oh, I'm not in the modify panel. Right, she didn't want to turn around. Neither did she. Okay, that's better. Alright, now they're not very evenly distributed. She wants to move over a little bit more. It must be the y-axis in this, is it? Oh my god, this is so fucking awkward. Alright, there. So it's just a matter of sort of getting them to look a bit better. Yeah, they're a little close together there though. I'm just gonna have to painstakingly. There is like a grid layout tool in this, but it only works on duplicates. It doesn't work on individual separate things, which is annoying. And then they're a little bit too tight over this way. I think Girl Brush needs to come over this way a little bit. And then Mambo Conjoiner. And then this is where they get a bit crowded. Ooh. Oh yeah. How crowded they are. Alright, move over a bit more, Girl Brush. I feel like I'm taking school photos. You know when you did your school photo and they're like, oh, stand that way. Move to the right, Ed. Katie, stand up straight. Becky, spit that gum out. Roger, will you just stand on the step above? Yeah, stand above Tiny Tim. Yeah, that's good. Tiny Tim, put your dick away, please. This isn't the time or place. Is that just my? That was probably my school of delinquents. Okay. Okay, we are getting there. I think... Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, the problem now, I wanted more of their heads in, to be honest. But we just ran out of room. Or we could do what they did in School Photos and try and put some, like, you know, try and do like a... That's going to take way too long, though. How long is that going to take? You know, if I was to, like, stack them on 2 rows, it really is starting to look like a school photo. I don't know, I think it would look better, though, wouldn't it? Oh, my God. Okay, so we got 21 girls, right? So we want the bottom row to be longer. So hang on a minute. Let me do a quick calculator. I can't believe I'm going to calculate this. Well, surely it means 11 will be on the bottom row and 10 will be on the top row, right? So we want the last 10 girls. Does it not let me... Why don't... Oh, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just save this, because if this goes wrong, I don't want to have to do all this again. Right. I'm actually going to call it School Photo. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's taking quite a while to save. 6, 7, 8, 9. Select her! Okay, I think she's selected, but why does the thing look weird? I think that is... Yes! Those top girls. So now what we need to do is move them left, but we have to move them back as well. Oh my God, this is going to be horrendous. Alright, we're cooking. We're cooking. Oh, this is going to look way better. And obviously we're going to need to like reposition them again, spread them out. This is way better already. Right, so she needs to be, let me zoom out a little bit. She can be this way a little bit. And obviously wants to turn this way a little bit. She wants to turn this way a little bit. Okay, that's the back row, I think, looking good. And then we just got to space these out better. Girlbrush looks okay there. She looks okay there. But no, actually, Girlbrush wants to be... Because it's 10, isn't it? So there should be 10 spaces. So Girlbrush needs to be, like, there. And then Mambo needs to be there. Like, they need to be in between the other ones. You can't really see Girlbrush now. Oh, it's because I moved Big Bitch too. Okay, make room for Girlbrush. There we go. Now Girlbrush. Oh boy. Okay, Mambo looks okay there. All of these, right? She wants to be. Have I really calculated this right? It looks like there's not enough space. It looks like there's too many at the front. I got 10 now, didn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I did. Okay, now she needs to go over this way. Just a little bit on the big side. Just push it down a little bit. Okay. Where's it all gone wrong? If she was there, then she's in the right place. Then yeah, okay. These are pretty close already. So we need to grab this, this, and this, and move them right a little bit. Oh, you motherfucker, why did you do that? Now those are too close to... Oh my god, this is so awkward. Also, why does it fucking jump like that? Alright, we're pretty close now, I think. She needs to just move over to the left a teeny little bit. And she also needs to move over to the left a little bit. Okay. I think she's just stood in the way just a little bit, this bitch. Okay. Oh, that is looking pretty good. But we've got all this space here, right? So we're like wasting it. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Right, so she is wrong axis. Wrong axis. Oh yeah, it's that one because that one's 90. Wrong way. There. Girl brush also wants... Maybe she wants to be at 70. There we go. Now girl brush wants to also be at about 70, but she's still... Yeah, that way. Bit more. Let's put it at 0. There we go. Mambo needs to be 70, and similarly moving over a little bit, maybe 10. Chloe's a bit small now. She needs to come up a little bit. Wrong way. Number bigger. Where that's the wrong axis as well, isn't it? Undo, undo. Wait, what the fuck? What are the axes on there? This must be, it must be Z then, is it? 10. There we go. And 10. Minus 10. That's the wrong axis again. Fuck me. Now I want to go the other. Fuck you, Chloe. Get where I want you. There we go. I'm gonna move her up because she's a 5-star and she's like awesome. Our two cat girls are near each other. Which one was left and right? This one. 50? Yes. She wants to come down a little bit. Which one's up and down? That one? Yes. She could do being down a little bit. Alright. Yeah, we're looking pretty good, I think. Is it perfect? No, but do I really want to refine it anymore? Absolutely not. No, I think that'll be great. I mean, Chloe needs to come up a little bit more, I think. But she looks really small now, and she's an adult, so she also needs to come up, I think. Yeah, it looks a bit like it goes a bit weird. It looks good there, and then it just goes a bit weird here. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it is what it is. What we can actually do is a nice neat trick. So I'm just going to save it again. Your Cartesia built in Wuthering Waves. Yeah, I need to do mine. Right, what we can actually do is go along to every single character and make them look at the camera. There's a look at camera option. I think that'll make it look a lot better. And we're also going to need to fix lighting, and then we also want to give them a little bit of idle animation. I don't know whether I will give them idle animation actually. I might just make this a still image. Yeah, we'll move her over a little bit actually. She's got room to move over. These still look a bit cramped. Wrong way. There we go. Mambo. Oh, too many zeros. Oh my god. There. 35? Yeah. Alright, that seems okay. So we just go through now and we say look at camera. Look at camera. Look at camera. Look at camera. Some of these already look like they're looking at the camera, but actually not. Look at camera. Look at camera. Look at camera. Alright, this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. We can even go a little bit closer like that so that she sort of, I think she should cover the logo just a little bit on the left there. Okay, and I think that looks pretty good. These two are like stuck. Well, these two are stuck with the kids, so they should really come up because like things got a little bit weird there though. Which one was up again? I feel like it was this one, wasn't it? Yeah. She's already at 10. Yeah, I don't know that I will animate this. I might just make it a still image. I think that makes a good yeah, I think that makes a good banner. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. I think Alice wants to come up a little bit. A bit more. Looks good enough. Oh, we don't accept good enough around here. No, I do think it looks good. No, that looks definitely looks better. She could do it coming up a little bit. 45 maybe. Oh, 48 could do it. No, 45 was better. There. I think that looks good. Yeah, it's the kind of thing, the stuff like this, right, it can take quite a long time to set up, and then like you realize that like 99% of people, but he's something I've learned, right? it's easy to look at something like this and then say, ah, good enough. And most people are just going to like not even pay that much attention to it, right? They just take it for granted. And if you're doing your job right as a designer, I think 90% of what you do will just be taken for granted, because people only really notice problems, right? So it is a bit of a like thankless task, really, a thankless, skill, because yeah, people will rarely say, oh wow, the fucking, the header on that website was really, really good, because people just aren't really thinking about it. But I also realized that like people, not only do people notice when things look wrong and they look off and they're like, I can't put my finger on it, it just looks cheap and nasty, it just doesn't look very professional, and they might not even be able to explain why, but it's just like they just say, it's just a cheap ass game, it doesn't look very good at all. And so that's the risk of not doing it properly. But also I think I've noticed that players will pick up on so many things subconsciously that they're not aware of. Even just like color coding your buttons and making colors match with things and terms match with things and making sure everything's consistent and like reads well, and like all this stuff, they'll just completely take it for granted and won't even realize themselves that they're picking up on it. But you pick up even little grainy things in backgrounds and stuff like that, like extra attention to detail and just like making like gradients and little grainy effects and like just little touches here and there in the UI. Nobody will point to it and say, oh, that looks good because of this. But like you notice it subconsciously, even if you're not noticing it consciously. I know for a fact this to be true. And it's like, yeah. So I've stopped myself from thinking that, because I think it's always worth the extra effort, because even if players might not be conscious of it, they're still going to be picking up on these things subconsciously. Anyway, so we're gonna go into our web resources, iDLE web. I'm going to save this as, we can save it over the top of the other one, but I might need to come back to this. If I do that, I lose this one. We'll call it, just call this one head. I'll call it heads. I might just call it top. I might just call it top. Okay, we'll call it top. Right, there it is in full rendered glory. And if we go to 100% pixel, that looks really good. I'm not sure about the lighting though. I might fix the light. The lighting looks slightly off to me. Like it looks not too bad over this side. Okay, the lighting could be better. The lighting is causing some strange things here. The lighting could definitely be better. Alright, let's take a look at that then. Where is our light? Yeah, it's off way too much to the side. It'll look way better if we just move it around like that. Give it a save. Either restart, just a remix, like games that failed, but people eating it up like crack since presentation is good. Yeah, that's true. Exactly, that's a good example. Excellent example. Oh, look at how much better it looks with the lighting fixed. Did you see it change? See, little subtle changes can make all the difference in the world. That looks really good. I think that looks really good. That looks really good. All right, so we've got our web header, right? And we want to make a menu. Now, if we go into my game, I started putting some buttons together. So I changed the way this looks. As you can see, let me just disable the login overlay. There we go. So I made one. So the way this is going to work is as you go to weapon, so we start in character view. As you go to weapon, this button will become like girl. There. Because you wouldn't click the girl button to go to the girl page when you're already on the girl page, right? So I can show 4 buttons to navigate 5 pages because you just exclude the button that you're not on, if that makes sense, right? So what I'm going to do is I made these CP for character panel, not for the other thing that CP often stands for, thank God. I hate that those abbreviations now like, oh, it's used for that. There are so many other CPs, why is that? So I need to find those. Let me see, where did I put them? In resources, Unity projects, iDLE, assets, resources, UI. There we go. So I'm going to copy those across as well. So we have the hover for these as well, because these are the categories we want for the website as well. Affection won't be a thing actually on the website because you can't see. I suppose we could show, maybe we will, you know what, I will include affection because we can show on the website what you get for raising affection with the girls, right? And we'll probably have like one for story or something as well. So I'm just going to copy these across to our little web folder so that we can make a website with all this. And then so the next thing I want to do is I want a menu with these buttons. I'm going to ask Jupyter to help me with this. I want a responsive website. I want a banner on the top. I could do it myself, but I'm a little rusty on HTML and Jupyter will be able to knock me something up in no time at all. So we want a responsive website, we want the header on the top, and then we want these buttons in a menu with hover effects. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open command prompt. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new folder in here that is called index. And index is going to contain the index.html and the structure of the website itself. Because this file here, header, is a constructor file, right? It's the file we use to construct the other file, right? So these are the files we actually want on the server. And I just want those separate. So I'm just going to go over to my drive. Gee, this is on, I think. CD into that. And then we're just going to dir. Okay, we can, oh, what the hell was it? There we go. So we're going to show Jupyter these files. Okay. I need a responsive website. I need a responsive website. I'd like to start by creating a header and menu. Okay, I need a responsive website. I'd like to start by creating a header and menu, which I pulled in as a separate head HTML page. Head.html needs to handle the following. Top.png wide banner with site title at the top of the page. The other images are hover off 0 and hover on 1 images for each menu item. Can you give me a template, please? Alright. So we'll go over to Jupyter. Certainly, here's a responsive HTML template for a head.html that uses the images you listed. It assumes that top PNG images are wide, but at the top, I already told you that. Each menu button has 2 images, default 0 and 1 for hover off and on, correct? CSS handles responsiveness and hover swapping. You will be able to include this head HTML in other pages with a div header and load it via JavaScript. That is what we will do. That is exactly what we are going to do. Good job, Jupyter. Good job. Pleasure as always. Alright, so let's get this code. Let's save it as head.html. So we want to be in our web folder, which is this one. We're going to make sure that's copied so we can go save as. Boop. Wait, what is happening? Not responding. Oh my. Why? That drive shouldn't be asleep. We're just using it. It's just Windows. You know, Windows likes to wake up USB drives that's not even using. I don't know why it does that. I can hear one of my USB drives spinning up for no reason. Hurry up. Black Desert Online loves to keep. Where is it sending me? Where are you sending me? You wretch. I think it. Yeah, no, it's because it wants. No, I understand. It's because it wants to save it as doc type. Right, we need to go to all files, and then we want head.html. It might add a .txt to that because it's a bitch. Oh no, it actually didn't. Okay, so if we double click this now, it should. Okay. Yeah, the menu's a bit small. The menu's a bit small. Okay, so let's have a look to see how we can change it. The header's way bigger than I expected it to be, actually. But hopefully, let's see if it's responsive. It is. When I made the website smaller, there we go. It follows the shape of the website. So that's what we mean by responsive. Black Desert Online, what? Love to keep people online to flex his CEO's investor online engagement. BDO wants you to live in that game. And our hover effects are working. So my only complaint is that these buttons are way too small. So let's take a look at the CSS that's driving that. Actually, I will open that in Notepad++ because it's a nicer. There we go. It's a nicer way of looking at it. So our CSS is this. It starts with style and ends with /style. We can see our menu button doesn't actually specify. It does specify a height of 40. So let's make that. With responsive websites, it's better to use percentages actually. So I'm going to try, except it's going to take the height. Height is never a good way. Okay, I'm going to ask it how I can scale it to the width as a percentage. Okay, this is nice. I'd like to scale the menu button as a percentage of the page width. How would one go about it? Percent of page width. All right. Let's see what it says. Great question. To scale the menu button images as a percentage of the page width, you can use the CSS width property with a percentage. Oh, it's VW. Oh, yes, I remember now. Viewport width, that stands for. Yeah. I remember now. It's all coming back to me. Transition opacity 0.3 SEs. Did it have that before? Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, so we just need to change that. And we'll see. So 10 VW would be 10% of the viewport width. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Ooh, there we go. That's a bit better. They're maybe a bit big now, actually. What do we think? It's quite big and chunky, though, isn't it? I kind of like it, but it is very big and chunky. Also, these aren't in the right order. I want these in a very specific order. We can fix that easily. No, I actually quite like it. I think that looks quite good. It is quite chunky. It is quite chunky. And then I want this to be the scroll. Actually, I'll make it. What I might do, because this menu is very chunky, I might make it so that only the header at the top doesn't scroll. So we might want to separate this menu out as a separate page, I think. It's a good size. You think so? You got to remember though, this will be the entire content of the page, which is a little bit I feel like this doesn't leave us a whole lot of room. This is taking up like over a third of the entire viewport height right now. And yeah, we can gain a little bit more by doing that. But yeah, it's still taking like over a third. Typically, you don't want to go beyond a third. But what I might do is make it so that the menu just scrolls with the page, and then we'll get all of this as the view instead. And then the viewer is just going to need to scroll all the way back to the top if they want the menu again. Or what we could do is we could display the menu at the top of the page and the bottom of each page. Right, this looks fantastic. However, it does take up over 1/3 of the page. So I'd like to separate the menu as menu.html. And include it at the top and bottom of each scrollable page. Can we do that? I already know we can. I'm baiting it right now. I'm using reverse psychology. It's going to be like, of course I can do that. Here's the code. It's easy, see, tricking it and giving me the code. You can absolutely separate the menu into a menu HTML file and include it at both the top and the bottom of each scrollable page. I know. This modular approach improves maintainability and performance. Can you open it in a font and see how it looks? Not yet, because it's not online yet, but I can already show you what it would look like. It would look something like that. Now, typically, though, what you would do for a phone view is you would start to rearrange these, right? So typically, you might even get rid of the girls altogether and make a different logo that takes up less space for a phone. And maybe even like you can actually make it so that it looks completely different on a phone. I'll be honest, like my game is primarily targeting PCs and like widescreen devices, so I'll be honest, I'm not really too fussed about what people on phones are doing for this particular project. But yeah, we can. It's also a lot more work. But yeah, you can basically, what you do is you use something called, it says like media, there's like a set of code you can put in CSS that says, you know, media blah blah blah. And then once you go beyond that threshold, if you go to my play compile website, that does it. You go to my play compile website. All right, this is it on a widescreen. And then I think we change that menu. There you go. We change into a phone compatible menu. You see how it like reorganized itself? So you basically have to make two versions of the website to do that. And you switch from you switch from landscape version into portrait version, and this is what it looks like on a phone. I don't know that I want to put that much effort into this one. Well, not at least not yet. Because even if you were playing the game on a phone, you'd have to play it in landscape anyway. Because I don't want to add portrait support for the game because that's a lot of work, and it's not something I'm interested in for this game. I'm making it to impress judges at Unity and try and win first place, and I know they're all playing in widescreen, so and I know I'm playing in widescreen, so that's who it's for. You see it running on the tablet. Yeah, it probably would. It would run fine on a tablet, but again, you'd have to be in landscape mode anyway. But yeah, that's looking good. So let's see. What did Jibbity say? Here's how you do it. Create a menu.html and update your main page. Okay, so it's giving us a menu.html. So let's get that created. Oh yeah, we do want to be an index. And in here we can actually set it as a HTML, I think. Can we not set it as a HTML? Or is it under like web or something? Web markup. Oh my god, I was going to type it in. Alright, menu.html. And it gave us, I think this is an index.html. And it says make sure to move CSS to a shared style.css. Yep, I prefer those. So now we're making a style.css. So that's our style sheet. But where is the header going to go? Will it still pull header in, I wonder? Let's see what we get. Okay, it gave us, weirdly enough, on index it did give us the banner, but it didn't give us the menu. Okay, so let's give it some feedback. This is starting to look good. The banner shows on now on HTML, on index.html, but the menu is not showing. All right. How can we pull it in at the top and bottom of each content page? Also, would we need to run that code on each individual page? Okay. You're absolutely right to ask. Let's clarify why the menu might not be showing and ensure that it loads correctly at both the top and bottom of each page. Why your menu might not be showing. The likely reasons: incorrect path to menu. If you're in pages index.html but we're referencing menu in... you're the one who wrote the code, Matt. No, you just said... Oh, so it did include... It did include code for that. Huh. Oh, wait, do we have a menu.html? Yeah, we do have a menu.html. Is it supposed to look like that? Okay. Yes, each page that needs the dynamic menu must include the JavaScript that fetches it. Unless you're using a static site generator or server-side like PHP. No, we don't want that. Minimal working example. Okay, so it's giving me an index.html. So I guess it wants... But what's strange, right, is menu... Yeah, menu is currently being referenced on the index page. So it should have been pulled in as an example for us. I thought it was strange. Your scrollable content here. It's still not pulling the menu in. Fetch menu.html. Huh. Let's check console and see if there was an error bringing it in. Where the fuck is console on Firefox? More tools? Web developer tools. Ba 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 ba. Console. Ah, okay. Cross-origin request blocked. The same origin policy disallows reading the remote resource. That might just be because it's still local. I did get an error in the console. Is this because I am viewing it locally still? Or might this also be blocked on my web server too? Okay. I did get an error in the Firefox console. Cross-origin request blocked. The same origin policy disallows reading the remote resource file. Yes, the error is happening because you are viewing the site locally using a file URL. This is expected behavior in Firefox and most browsers due to security restrictions around cross-origin resource sharing. Browsers treat file URLs as separate origins and don't allow fetch or XHR requests across file paths, even to other files on the same disk. Okay, well, let's see if uploading it to our web server fixes it then. Then we can see what it looks like. Use a local web server for deployment. That's a bit much, isn't it? Let's set up an entire web server with Python. Don't know about that. Don't know if I want to go that far, to be honest. Okay, so I just want to upload all of this because we want to make sure we also want to make sure that the I can't even think, can't even speak. The hover effects work properly. So I'm just going to upload all of that. There we go. So if we go to playcompile.uk, idle. Okay, I have, yeah, I did say I wanted it at the top and the bottom. Yeah, and then we can have our page here. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Is that, oh, hang on, it's back to looking small again, the menu. That looks pretty good, and the menu's in the wrong order, but yeah, at least we now we know what it looks like. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think that looks really good, actually. And now we just need to dynamically generate all of our content, which is the fun part, right? Is it? Sort of. I think that looks good. Alright, so now we just need to like make this a little bit prettier. Let's see what it's set for us. So in style, our menu button, it's set to height auto, right? So what was our syntax? We need to go back through Jupyter and see what it was. It was something like VW for viewport width, I think. I'm pretty sure it was 10 VW. Let's just see if that works. The problem is I need to update it. You know what we can do? I think Notepad++ supports web saving. So if we go to the file, which is style.css, there it is, and we say open with, or edit with, open with, and then we do Notepad++, we can, I think we can save it directly in here, and then it'll just update it for us on the web server, because I think it has like web server support this, which is nice. So at the moment, height is set to auto, so we'll try 10 viewport width. I think is what it was like before. And if I just press save, okay. Yeah, it is updating the website, but for some reason 10 viewport width Okay, we would want the width to auto, I guess, then. So it's driven by height. Yeah, but now they're overlapping. Also, I think 10 is a bit much. Let's try 8 viewport width. Yeah, okay, I think 8 viewport width. Okay, so now I just need some help with this. I changed my CSS to the following. However, now the buttons are overlapping each other. We're proper vibe coding today. We are vibe coding. Vibe coding can be fun if you know what you're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing. Has it given me an entire new CSS now? Is that an entire CSS? I think it is, isn't it? Here, let me just write the entire CSS for you from scratch. Sure. I appreciate it, Jibbity. No, it's small again. What are you doing? Why are you making my button so small? You broke it, Jibbity. 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 Okay. I should stop being lazy and fix this myself. Okay, let's go through. Let's go through. Flex 0, 0 auto. Maximum width 80%. Or 80 pixels. A minimum width. Yeah, I don't like this maximum width 80 pixels jargon. Why would we say maximum width of 80 pixels? There we go. That was what was stopping it. I want it chunky. I like it big and fat and chunky, Jibbity. Is that alright? I mean, you know. Each to their own. Right, now I want to make the background black, right? Because this white, piercing white page doesn't really make sense. So if we go to our CSS here, we can do like body or whatever. Yeah, I think we can do it as body. I think you can do that, but I might need to define it as body as well. So I want background. We might even put a background image, but for now we'll just do background color. We want hash 000. Give that a save. There we go. Doesn't that look nice? Now we can't read the text though, right? The text is like black on black. Oh, also we lost our responsiveness. Jibbity! Jibbity! We lost our responsiveness on our header, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Right, I assume it put header. It did hash top banner, but it says width 100%. Max width 100%. Let me just take a look at it on the server because we might have changed it since then. So let's open header with Notepad++. Top banner width 100%. Is header... Wait, I'm confused. Is this even being used anymore? Because the CSS... Oh, it said remove... Okay, I remember it did say... Well, it said to remove CSS and put it in its own CSS file. But then it just gave us a new CSS file and it didn't remove shit. So maybe it's conflicting. Okay, it's not actually conflicting. Okay. Let's close these. I want to close all of these because I want to make sure we're on the web server directly, so it saves me having to like re-upload everything a million times. Okay. Yeah, also, wait, is menu still coming in? That must mean I'm so confused. I don't even know whether it's pulling this file or not. Because now we seem to have two menus, right? This is where I'm really confused. Yeah, it's not, that explains why we can't. Okay, that banner is not coming, that header is not coming in through head.html. I don't even think this file's being used anymore. Let's find out, right? If we change the file name to something that doesn't exist, yeah, that file is no longer being used at all. It's not getting it from there. Okay. So this is redundant now, I guess. So where the hell are we pulling? Where the hell are we pulling header in from? Well, it has to be one of our HTML files, right? It's got to either be menu. I wonder if it's menu. Why won't it just add Notepad++? It's not menu. So is index pulling it in? Why would we? That kind of defeats the whole point of having a separate header. Okay, Jiminy's completely misunderstood what I wanted, I think. That's, yeah. Yeah, okay, it's pulling. Okay, it's pulling the image in on the HTML file, and then it's loading the menu underneath it, which isn't the end of the world, but I kind of wanted to just pull the page in. But I guess it's one line anyway, right? Okay, so what we can do is we can I think we can mark this. I'm trying to think how you do it. God, it's been so long. How do you define a class? Nav. Oh, we just open and close it, don't we? So we can literally just say, okay, yeah, I think I remember. So we can give it a name such as header. Oh, we've already got a header class. Oh. Yeah, but header is including the menu. Ah, well, if header's including the menu, then can't we just say, okay, I think we can just say header. Maybe it's dot header, hash header. I never fully understand how these. I'm not brilliant at CSS. I can normally get it working with a bit of wrestling. I don't understand the difference between dots. Okay, maybe Jimmy can explain this to me. Right. I'm not great at CSS, so it might be time to clarify my understanding. The header is no longer responsive, so I added header with 100% to the CSS, but it's not working. I also tried hash header and dot header. Can you explain why it's... Can you explain the difference between name, dot name, hash name, and which to use and when? Alright, let's see if we can clear this up, because I'm still a bit unsure about that. Alright, I'm not great at CSS, so it might be time to clarify my understanding. The header is no longer responsive, so I added header to the CSS, but it's not working. I also tried hash header and dot header. Can you explain the difference between name, dot name, hash name, and which to use and when? Absolutely. Understanding the difference between name, dot name, and hash name in CSS is essential and will make your styling much more predictable and powerful. Here's a quick, clear guide. So name means all HTML tags with that name. Example in HTML would be header, p, and nav when targeting HTML tags elements directly. Dot name, any element with a class of name, div class equals name, when you want to reuse styles across multiple elements. Oh, that's how I used to do it. Yeah, div class. Also, what's the difference between div class and div ID? So hash is IDs and dots is classes, and then a single element with an ID when targeting one unique element on a page. So we can use div ID and use the hash, right? So we want, so let's do hash top on our CSS. And then if we go into our index, we can say div ID, I think it was, space ID equals top, right? And then we close that div and then update that. That should give me what I want. It still didn't work. So something else is getting in the way. It's probably like headers overriding it or something. Wait, was it hash I was supposed to use, or was it dot I was supposed to use? Yeah, it's hash I'm supposed to use. Huh. So a div ID of site title here, and we would use, yeah, well that's what I did. Quick fix for your case would be header 100% 100 VW. Let's try adding those. These are saving to the server, right? I don't know if we're actually saving to the server, so let's just make sure we're saving to the server. So just to make sure, although I don't know whether, yeah, okay, I guess I'll know. I gotta be careful with this. I need to make sure that the version we're editing in Notepad++ is the version on the server. I gave it an ID of top, so this is up to date. This is up to date. Also, I gave an ID of top banner already. top banner. So maybe that ID is conflicting, but I don't see a div opener for it. Do you not need to open it with a div? I am so confused. So let's update that to back to what it was, because it already had an ID of top banner, and then in our CSS, let me try changing that to top banner. These things can be really finicky sometimes. Right, and how was top banner? Yeah, top, small top banner, and it was an ID which is a hash, and so that should apply. There we go. Huh. So we didn't open it with a div. We just put ID and it still works. So now I'm wondering what's even the point in divs then, if they don't do what I thought they did. God knows. Yeah, that looks really, really good. So the only thing now is our content. Right, so the next thing I want to do, your scrollable content here has main. So if we say, well, in body, we want to say, I think it's just color. If we wanted FFF, that should give us white text, shouldn't it? Or is it font color? Oh, I need the hash. That's why. There we go. Okay, beautiful. So now the next thing I want to do is, that is the worst font in the history of fonts, right? We can also make that font bigger, because I like things nice and big. I don't know if you've noticed. So we'll adjust the font size to be like 22 point. Okay. And that is the worst font in the history of fonts. Okay. So I'm going to ask it about Google Fonts. Okay. We're looking great now. I'd like to use one of the Google fonts for my body text. How do I use that? All right. Great, you're almost there. Adding a Google font is very easy and will instantly improve the look of your site. Let's say you want to use font Roboto, a popular clean sans serif font. Visit Google Fonts. Here's Google Fonts. Now, our game has a style to it. So I kind of want it to fit the style of the game. But I also want it to be very readable. I'm actually tempted to go with cabin. I think cabin is, it's not quite my style, but it's a little heavy. Overpass is quite nice. Wow, they've got way more fonts than they used to have. They've got way more fonts. It's about time, like, they don't really have that many. I like that one actually. Signica Negative. That one's really nice. Let's go with Signica Negative. Okay. So I like Signica Negative. What do we do now? So find the font that you want. Click Get Embed Code, usually a link tag. There's Get Font, Get Embed Code, there we go. Okay, a link tag, yeah. Okay, we can have CSS class for a variable style. Okay. The one I like, I found one that I like. There were two embed codes. Head embed, which is this one, and which one does this one say? A CSS embed, which is this one. Do I just add the CSS embed to my body section in my style sheet? Yes, you're exactly right. You only need to add the font family line to your body style in your CSS. He's how to use Signica negative in your CSS. Okay, so we just add our weight and our family to our body. Yeah, I might not want to go with something quite as bright as FFF. I might go EEE. I don't know. My website is very black and white though on purpose. It's very monochromatic. I do kind of like it being bright. And... okay, let's try that. Oh, look at that! That looks nice. That looks nice. I mean, that would probably be a good size for like headers. I think main body would want to be a little bit smaller. Okay, so now what we can do is we can set up styles, right, for what we want. So typically what you would do on a website is you would set a bunch of sizes in your font, right? So this would be body. So that's probably a little bit too big for body. Let's try like 15 for the body. And then what people normally do is they do like a header 1 for like a big header. So I think we'll have that. And a header 2 for a little header. And I will go like EEE. So obviously header 1 wants to be bigger. So I think we'll go 22. Header 2 wants to be smaller. So we'll go 19. We don't need background and background and background because it's already defined in the other ones. And I want to go FFF and FFF. Alright, so now we've defined header 1 and header 2. So in our index, if we were making a page right now, we should be able to main, there it is. So there's our paragraph, our normal text. So then we should be able to H1, header 1, and then we can H2 sub header 2. Alright, we'll just save that and hit refresh. There it is. Yeah, I might want to make these a bit more bold. So we can do that. And I might want to add some margin padding on these. It's starting to this is starting to look pretty nice. It's starting to look pretty nice. I might add like the word wiki or something, like iDLE wiki or something. Yeah, so header 1 wants to be heavy. So if we go into our CSS, at the moment we have font weight on body to be 400. So let's see what 600 and 500 give us. Might be too much for header 1 and header 2. That's actually not as bad as I thought. Yeah, header 1's pretty good. I think even 550 for header 2. Yeah, that looks good. I think that looks good. I'm liking that. That is looking pretty good. Let me just make a new drink. I miss making websites. I haven't made a website in a while. I used to love making websites. And what's nice, right? The reason I did it like this, right? So it's like, there are lots of ways of making websites, right? I used to make them in WordPress as well, which is like a content manager system. Gone off WordPress though, it's a bit too, yeah, it's getting way too bloated and way too like niggly and fiddly and I don't know, just like awkward, and it's always updating and you need there's just so many, it's just a mess now. Started off pretty good though. And it's too overkill for like most things, right? If you want to do like a really heavy site with lots and lots of things in it, then it might be worth it. But I actually prefer just doing this because, but the one advantage that I think WordPress had is you could set up these individual elements like a header and a menu and whatever, and you didn't have to change them. So let's say, so this is a real use case that I'm talking about. Let's pretend that our site has been up and running for 6 months and we've got hundreds of pages, and now suddenly I want to add a new category of whatever reason. I want to change the order of the menu. If this menu is hard coded on every single one of those 100 pages, that's a lot of work to update that. I could write a script that goes through and does a quick search replace on every single thing, but most people don't have access to that, and it's still a pain in the ass to do that. What's a lot easier is something like what we've done here, which is to just simply make the menu a separate HTML that gets pulled in with JavaScript, because it's doing something similar to what WordPress would do in the fact that it's separating your content out. So you make one menu and that menu just gets pulled in without all the PHP bullshit nonsense that WordPress now comes down with, right? Yeah, I think WordPress is dying out, actually. WordPress was like, oh my god, everything was WordPress at one point. It has its uses, but I think I've kind of gone off WordPress, to be honest. Now that I've learned how to pull pages in with JavaScript and stuff, this just seems like a much... you have more control over it as well. Like, I did make my own WordPress theme and made WordPress made WordPress sites from scratch with my own theme from scratch, and that was kind of fun. But this is similar, and it's then you don't have to worry about like all these stupid weird little errors that you sometimes get in WordPress, and then you've got to update it, and then it breaks something, and then you've got to start again. Oh, it's just a nightmare. And then it's also really easy to like lose everything on WordPress if something goes wrong and something doesn't save properly, and it's just a pain in the ass. Alright, this is much easier. So what I actually do want to do right now is I want to have these in a very special order. And so I can do that now. And all I have to do is move them around. So I want girl at the top. Maybe that should actually say girls for the website, because girl doesn't really make sense. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it does seem weird that it's girl and not girls. But it's girl because you're going back to the girl in the game, you see. For the website, it makes less sense, but I don't really want to, at least not yet. I don't really want to change that. Right, so then I want weapon. I want it to be the same order that it is in the game. So then the first thing you would do is equip your weapons. And then the second thing you would do is equip your armor. And then the third thing I would expect you to do is to manage your skills. And then last but not least, I maybe expect you to start giving her gifts and building up her affection. So now we can change the order of those buttons, and then we hit refresh. Boop. And now our menu is always going to be in this order. To really test this as well, because we want to make sure the scrollable area is correct, we just need to go in and we'll get some lorem ipsum. Lorem ipsum is really, really useful. For anyone who doesn't know what it is simply garbled bullshit text that you can just grab. I'm just going to grab the introduction off this page. But it's just so you can get some text into something, so that you can test things, right? You just need some placeholder text. So we can save that, and then that will just let us give us an idea of what a lot of text would look like on this page. And also I can test my scrollability. There we go. Yeah, that's not actually enough lorem ipsum, so I'm going to do like 4 of those. Yeah, and what I'm doing, there we go. No, yeah, the header, okay, it's not scrolling the way I want. Okay. So the only thing that's wrong with it now is I want the header to float on the top. So my only issue now is that the header banner doesn't stay floating on the top when the rest of the page scrolls. How can I do that? Great progress. To make your banner stick to the top of the page when scrolling, you just need to add a few key CSS properties to top banner. Okay, mainly being box sizing, border box, and Z index 1000 on position fixed. So we can go ahead and replace. Yeah, position fixed I think is the important one there. Alright, so we'll update that and see how we go. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, we lost our top menu though. Ah, we lost our top menu. Interesting. Yeah, that's not good. Yes, that did it. However, the top menu is gone. It may be hiding underneath the top banner. So I think that would be nav, wouldn't it? I think that is nav. Okay, so let me do what I think would fix it, but it's probably not the best practice. I could brute force this now by saying padding top 100 pixels. The reason that's okay, that didn't fix it either. Aha, that seems to have completely disappeared. Also, the reason that's bad practice is because we don't know the height of this, right? We don't know the height of this because the height of this changes depending on the width of the page, right? So we can't just say, oh, stick the menu 1000 pixels beneath this, because this isn't always going to be 1000 pixels, so then it's hard to line them up, right? Now you could mess around with percentages and things like that, but even that's kind of tricky. I don't even know whether that is the menu. We have menu button. Gap, yeah, spacing between buttons. Nav might actually be the buttons. Let's take another look at our menu. Yeah, our menu says nav. But it's getting pulled in through JavaScript. And is it getting ahead there? Is it getting a class there? Where's menu top? As it gets pulled in here. So there's a divid menu top and a divid menu bottom. So I would guess we want to say menu top or maybe I should have put margin top actually instead of padding top. Yeah, that seems to be bringing it down, I think. I just heard something happen. Yeah, that will bring it down. Okay, but now I need to know, like, how far down does it want to be, right? So we'll ask Jupiter for some advice on that. So we can bring it down, which sort of fixes that. Right, I just heard a really weird sound. Let me see. It might be my mum coming back, but she's never sitting in. Oh, eggs on my eggs. That's the post. it's just El Postman. El Postman. Did I take these today? I don't think I did. Right, so let me demonstrate what I'm talking about. If I set it to 120 pixels, it's not quite enough. So let's try 150 pixels. And it's perfect. The problem is, when we do that, it goes underneath. Because this is now bigger than 120 pixels because it got bigger because of the size, right? So we can try percentages, but that probably won't work either. So we could do percentage of viewport height, and you'll see where this fails. The percentage of viewport height moves it, obviously based on the height. So it needs to be driven by width. Okay, now it seems to be pretty consistent. It's not exactly consistent, especially at really small sizes, but it's pretty consistent. I think that's about the best we'll be able to do, but maybe Jupiter knows a better way. It's maybe a bit too much. Let's try 13. My lucky number. Isn't it always my lucky number? It really is. See? It's always 13. Yeah, I think that's probably about as good as it gets. I think that's fine. Now body is a little cramped, right? We could do with some paddings and margins and things. So if I do, I don't need all these comments. Would it be points? It seems to work. We might need to do padding on the left and right. If we change that to padding. Also, margins and paddings are kind of hard to get a grip on. So I'm not sure what order these go in as well. Obviously, one is top, one is left, one is right, one is down. But I don't know whether it's top, left, right, down, or top, left, right, top, down, or what order it's in. So you know what? I think I'm better off just saying. So I don't care much about margin top either. That looked fine. I think my main one is margin left. Again, we could go with percentages, right? Couldn't we just do 1% of viewport width? And in margin right, 1% of viewport width. Okay, try 2. Let's go for 3. There we go. It's affecting the menu as well, but actually I guess that's fine because now No, I think it kind of ruins the menu. So it looks like menus becoming part of body. Ah, you motherfucker. So can we not just force margin left to be 0 and margin right to be 0 on the menu? No, because body overwrites it. Oh my god, I hate CSS. I hate CSS. But if we look at our index, it's probably because body starts before the menu comes in. So if we move the body start, yeah, look, menu top comes in here. If we move the body tag to here, where main is, it still doesn't work. What? I thought that would fix it, you know. Why doesn't that work? I thought that would work. Okay, we could try main. So we could try taking those out and putting them into main and say that main, which is also where that lives, is where we want the margins to apply. There we go. Fixed it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And I think more than 3, I think like 5 maybe. 5%. There we go. There we go. All right, I think we're looking good. Yeah, I think we're looking good. So I think it's basically time to start pushing the data out now from the game. I just really wanted to. Okay, so we have header 1s, header 2s. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I pressed caps lock by mistake. I meant to press shift. You know what? Let's just do it like that. There. Okay. So basically, what we need to do now is we use this as a template. We use this file as a template that we can give to Unity, and then we can basically tell Unity to run a search replace on something specific. So it's a good idea to come up with like a unique string structure. So let's go with curly brackets. We don't use curly brackets anywhere. I'm going to go with curly brackets header 2. I'm going to go with curly brackets header 1, and I'm going to go with curly brackets content. And if we look at that, yeah, it's just going to look like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to teach Unity to use this page template, and we're going to teach it to put something that we want in header 1, something that we want in header 2, and whatever we want in content. All right, so let's make a start on this. So the first thing I'm going to do is for the first time ever, I do not have a toolbox. I'll just put it on event system. I'm going to create an object called web build. I'm going to go into my tools folder, and I'm going to create a script called web build. I'm going to add it to the web build. Is it not compiled? It's doing it now. Take your sweet ass time, Unity, you know what I mean? I mean, I'll live forever. Don't mind me. That took way too long. I have no idea why. Alright, whatever. And it says, does it still say new script? Wait, what is that new script? Ah, it's actually an option to make a new script. I was going to say, I thought I had a new script somewhere in my project that was still called new script and I needed to delete it, but apparently not. Alright, fair enough. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Alright, I've not noticed it. So the first thing we want to do is give it that file, right? So I'm going to do string template file. All right, so let's put that in. So our template file is this one here. Wait, it's not in a folder called index, is it? Oh, it is in a folder called index. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, fair enough. Alright, so it now knows where to find that file. And then what we can do is we can replace our headers with our various things, right? Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is decide, like, how are we breaking this up? So we can go through, right? The place to start is obviously the first place to start, right? It's the first page. So if we go to our website, we can see that we have girl, which is going to be the characters, weapon, armor, skills, and affection. Also, these aren't hyperlinked yet, so oh yeah, that's a good point actually. I should probably hyperlink those. So let's go and hyperlink those. Okay, so in order to hyperlink them, actually that's a good point. Do I just put my href? You only do a href. I would assume I can just add that. But I would need to do it before I close the button class, I think. So I think I can just say a href equals girls.html. No, we don't want to close it. And then close the A. Let's see if that works. And now, so right now when we click girl, it won't do anything. But if we refresh it, it should try to go to girls.html, which doesn't exist. If it ever refreshes. Hello? Hello? What is happening? What is happening? Can you reload the page, please, Firefox? What are we waiting for? Did I break the website just by that tiny amount of code? It's not refreshing now. What the fuck? There's no way. It can't break it like that. Can it? Did I cause that? Wow, you can break an entire website just by doing that. There's no way. There's no fucking way, dude. It's gotta be a coincidence, right? There's no way that breaks an entire... Like, what is it even doing? It doesn't make any sense. Is that actually what's causing that? That is so weird. Let me just copy this. I don't think that would cause that. I think that's right. Or maybe, okay, maybe I wouldn't do that. Maybe I would, oh, hang on a minute. No, I guess I would do that, right? Oh, you know what? No, I think, okay, we would normally hyperlink an image, right? You know what? I'm actually just gonna ask a Jibbity. The page you are looking for is temporarily unavailable. Did I genuinely break that? What did I change again? This one. Let's try changing it back. I think it's a coincidence. I think there's a server outage somewhere. Yeah, I think it's a coincidence. I think it's a server outage or something. Okay, my website is dead. Did I get hacked live? Okay. I could put it where I was going to put it. That's exactly where I was going to put it. Right? That's exactly where I was going to put it. Oh, and it's exactly the same name. Well, I was going to say girls. Because the button really should say girls for the website. But maybe I'll get around to that. Yeah, I'll make it girls. Maybe it should be weapons. I suppose these are all singular though, right? I don't know, is it? Except for skill, which is skills. I don't like mixing singular and plural like that, if I'm being completely honest. But our website won't load right now anyway, right? Oh, it's back. Okay. It's back. I don't know whether that was me that caused that or not. I have no idea. Alright, so now it should try to go to... Wait. It doesn't work? Wait, what? What the fuck? What is happening? It doesn't work? See, that's where I was going to put my ahrefs. But then I also... saw that there was a button class in there, and I was like, well, would that break the button class? But I noticed that Jibbity's just removed the button class completely and just put the ahref in instead. I am saving the web file, right? Connection failed. Try again. Okay, we got some weirdness going on here. We got some weirdness going on. Please don't hack me. I'm just trying to make a website. Don't hack me. Alright, yeah, that does have the links in it. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's working now. Okay, so what is going on? What is going on? Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's working now. Right, so now it's trying to go to girl, blah, blah, blah. Right, okay, fine. Right, where are we now? What's it actually going to do? Okay, so what I like to do with things like this... Right, what I like to do with things like this is... The first thing we can do is read in the file, right? So I'm going to call it HTML temp. Sorry, string. And I'm going to do a void on enable. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say HTML temp equals... Let's do a system IR. File, read all text, template file. There we go. Now I've got the template file in memory. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to flesh out everything that we want to do, right? So the first function we want to make is the build girls function, right? So we'll call build girls. And each build function is going to be divided into two parts. So part one is going to be to create the index, right? And part two is going to be to create each page of each girl. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to create the index. So let's be smart about this. I'm actually just going to get Jibbity's opinion on something because I know how I would have done it in the past, but I think we can do. I think we can be smarter about this. Need to give it more of a template so it can see how things are going to work. I need system controller. Wait, where the hell do girls live? Why have I forgotten where girls live? It's not player data. System? Characters. Base. There we go. Okay. If I am I able to declare items as CSS and then style them into a table, or would I need to code that directly here? Alright, let's see what it says. You're on exactly the right track. You can absolutely write your HTML dynamically in Unity and then style it with CSS later, just like with a normal web page. You don't need to hard code styles directly into your Unity generated HTML unless you want to. Instead, just make sure the elements you generate have meaningful class names or structure, and your external CSS file can style them however you like. So let's give me an example. So girl list HTML div class equals girl card. Yeah, I don't want to show the ID. I would just want to show the name. But it's got the image in here. Right, and then inject it into your template. And then Okay, and then in CSS, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, this is really good news. Okay, let's test that then. Let's test that. Okay, so it's starting by declaring a string. Is it doing that inside just before the for each? Okay, so part 1, create index. So we set up a girl grid div class, and then we are string building. Okay, we are string building a list in HTML against a new class ID of girl card, right? And then we grab the URL and we code it into the HTML so they can grab the HTML file. I don't actually want to show the ID, just the name is fine. All equals get name image URL. Okay. So then all we would need to do is string output equals, let me think about this. Right, we're going to start by getting output and we're going to copy the HTML template. So the HTML template is HTML temp, and then output wants to say output equals output replace, and if we go into our file, we marked it as header 1. So we want header 1 in here, and we want to replace that with girls. Then we can say, so we're using, right, it said here we're using header 3, but we don't actually have a header 3, so I'm actually going to use header 2. Okay. So header 2 would be like a sub header, right? I'll actually probably just go in and delete that one because I don't think I want a subheader for this one. What I could do is I might say something like, actually I might not even use H2 for that, I might just use P and replace header 2 with click an idle girl to find out more. There you go. Okay, so then we want to say output equals output replace content with girl list HTML. Then we want to say file write all text. We need a file name as well. It's alright because we're doing output as that. So our output in this case wants to be, okay, we can get the path of the template file, so we can actually do, let's do a private string of out path, and we can say out path equals file directory, that's actually directory get full Let's get path or something. Where's get path? I haven't used this for a while. Get current directory. Get directories. I used this a lot in one of my recent projects and I've forgotten what it was. Get current directory. Maybe it's not directory, maybe it's file. File? Where the fuck is it? There's a get full path and you can give it a file and it will just get the path out for you. It's either under file or directory. Get current directory, exists, delete, create directory. In your root files, get current directory, get directories, get directory. So, I can't find it. Which project did I use that in a lot? I think it was my character, custom character creator. But it should just be here. I'm not seeing it. Get current directory. It's not get directories, is it? String path. Get directory root, get files. I thought it was like get path, get current directory, string path. This is going to annoy me. I know it's in here somewhere. Is there a file directory? There's no file directory. Path? File path. Oh my god, it's like get path or get full path or something like that. I could look. Right, this is actually going to bug me. I'm going to find it though. I don't want to go. I don't want to go traipsing through one of my old projects just to find it. I could do it quite easily, right? I could. I mean, Jesus Christ. But I know that there are many ways to do this. But this was the easiest way to do it. The easiest way to do it was to use system.io's fucking function. What is it? It's gonna bug me. I'm gonna have to ask Jupiter. I hate that I have to ask Jupiter. I never used it before. Jupiter taught me about it, and I was like, "Oh, that's useful. That makes it easier than the way I was doing it." No, I can't find it. Alright, let's see what it says. I'm struggling to find a function from system.io, something like get full path, but I can't find it. This is so I can set my output path the same as my template file. You're on the right track. You can use system.io.path. It's path. No wonder I couldn't find it. Path? Why is there a directory and a path? They're the same thing. That's so weird. Fucking Microsoft. Why is it path? I never would have thought to look there. Get full path. There it is. Oh my god. HP. Alright, whatever. Okay, now we've got the path. So now, oh great. So there's a directory and a path. But really they're the same thing. So I don't know why there's two, whatever. There's two separate things in Microsoft. For no reason. Alright, whatever. I'm sure there's some logic behind that, but whatever. I'm just going to shut up. Right, now we can say output path plus... Oh, you can also do path combine, right? This is quite cool as well. Wow! Path dot combine, and then you can just give it a bunch of shit, right? So you can say out path. Give it a bunch of... This is cool though. I really like this. Out path, and then we can just I mean, not that it's hard, right? You just need a backslash or whatever, but it is cool. It's a cool little function. Out path, and then I don't know. girls.html, and then the content is going to be output. There we go. Alright. Part 2. Part 2. Who's part 1? Alright, let me run that and see what we get. We should get a mess. I'm not even joking. We will get a mess. It'll be a beautiful mess. Not be an ugly mess. But we can turn it into a nice mess. Alright, so it should be there. It should do it in like fucking no time at all. Except I don't see it. Shouldn't it be in here? And now Windows is thinking about refreshing things. Working on it. Wow, I only need you to list like 10 files. Okay, it's not there. Something went wrong. Did we get an error? We didn't get an error. Where the fuck did it put that? Also, I said girls.html. Where the fuck did it put that? Oh, I haven't... No, I did set my template file. I am so confused right now. Let me just do a debug. Wrote girl index to whatever. All of that, right? Unnecessary. That's the only downside. That's the only downside. I gotta repeat that now just for a fucking debug. Whatever. There. Alright, show me where it went. What's going on? Talk to me, Unity. What are you doing? Talk to me. Wait, no reference. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no, this isn't supposed to be open, that's why. Yeah, that makes sense. That index. Oh wait, I know what's wrong. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Yeah, no, it's probably... It's because Girl Database hasn't had a chance to build yet, I think. Maybe. That might be why. Alright, let's open it. Let's run it. Argument cannot be null path. What? Why is it null? Wait, what? Argument cannot be null. It's not null. I gave you a file. Oh, wait. It's not get full path. Get file path? Get directory name? I thought it was get full path, but full path takes a path. Well, that's kind of weird. All right, so we could give. That's still weird. What is it then? Path. I would have been better off doing this myself. I would have had it by now. Is it get directory name? Oh, this is really cool function I can use. Oh yeah. It might be get directory name. But is that going to give me the full path? That sounds like it's just going to give me one directory name. I would have thought get full path would return the full path from a file, but it looks like it turns the full path from a path. But you must know the full path from a path, because a path is a path, right? It's a collection of directories. So why wouldn't you have the full path from just a path anywhere? So to me it seems pointless to have a function that returns a full path from a full path, because it's already a fucking full path. But a file on the other hand, like, oh my god. Oh, I swear to god, Microsoft. Oh, Microsoft, what did Jiminy say it was that we needed to use? Get directory name. I just tried that. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's template file. I'm an idiot. Yeah, template file would have been null. Okay, that was my mistake. To be fair though, I still stand by what I said. Why would you need a full path from a full path? There we go. It wrote it to girls, and there's our girls. What? What the hell is that? What is that? I mean, it is all the girls, but it's not. They didn't do shit. What went wrong? And like, also, like, everything is missing, right? Like, oh my god. So we gave it the index.html. I don't really understand what went wrong. I mean, it did give us a file, but not even close to what we wanted. That index.html is the correct index.html, isn't it? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, no, okay. Okay. I see what happened. This is the index.html we want to give it, but we only updated it on the website. Oh, this is hilarious. So our local version is actually way out of date. So we just need to update it. So I'll tell you what, let's just can we find anything that is, do we not have a file type in here? Extension? Yes. Give me all the HTMLs. I only want the HTMLs. We've only got 2 HTMLs, that's even better. Really? I suppose we don't use header anymore, do we? Okay. Download 2. Oh, don't do this. Oh, don't make me go hunting like that. That's awful. I hate these things. Like, because you can't paste a path into it. You gotta go hunting through all your fucking hard drives. And I'm normally balls deep in some folder somewhere. Because, like, you should be. That sounded really dodgy. You should be though, right? Because if you're organized and everything's like, you know, everything should have a folder that everything, you know, the more organized you are, the more balls deep you should be, in my opinion. But then it's a pain in the ass, right? When you wanna, you see how deep I am. How deep is your website? How deep is your website? I really need to know. All right, so now that the file is up to date, it should be able to do what it needs to do, because it was working with very old code that also didn't have those tags in that we needed to replace. So that's why we got garbage out. Garbage in, garbage out. It's so true. There we go. Where? Now, don't worry, we can style this. But also, why is everything... Did we lose style.css? No. Why? Oh wait, we had... No, I know why. It's fine guys. It's fine guys. You know what it is? This is all that security thing again, right? It doesn't want to pull files in locally because it's a web security thing. No, that's actually a good thing, right? Because if somebody wanted to like run malicious code through a website, they could just divert you to like a local file or whatever that they snuck onto your system. So it makes sense that it's like that. But it also means that while we're testing this, it's a little bit awkward. But if we click girls now, boop, there we go. Now our background's black and we get our menu again, we get our header again. And we got Chizuru with her name, Tama with her name. Yeah, I don't even think we need the names in because the names are already on the artworks anyway. Oh, these need hyperlinks as well. This is the one thing that we've got to do. But the main thing I'm interested in is can we style these easily now? But let's go and make the changes that I want to make. So, yeah, this is a little bit awkward because I'm going to have to upload it every time, but it's fine. So if we go into our code, I actually don't give a shit about the name. This is more than good enough. But you know what's nice, right? I'll tell you what I liked about that. This gives me a good structure to work with, like, for the other parts. So I might actually, yeah, let's just mute that out so that it's not like that though, is it? Okay, shit. What am I gonna do? I might save or whatever, we'll figure it out. I can still see where I can add stuff. It should be fine because obviously we're going to want a bit more, but we do want to link these. So how would we link these now? Well, we need to generate a page for each girl, right? So this is where we have to think ahead. Now we've got the girl's ID, and I think we should just say like girl plus girl ID or something like that. So if we do after image source, if we do a href equals, oh, will it work with a double quote? I don't think it will, you know. I think it's gonna have to be like that. And then I need to do one of them and put girl ID, get ID dot HTML. Alright, so that way we can generate the girl's ID as a HTML with girl in front. So girl 001, girl 0, yeah. So we're anticipating the future pages that are going to arrive as a result of this. And then we basically want to close off. We never close that image off though, do we? Were we closing it off? Jibbity. Did I delete it? No, it never closed the image off. Jibbity has very strange ways of writing HTML, but it seems to work. It's not the way I learned HTML. Maybe there's like shorter ways of doing it now. So I don't know if that. Where do we need to close the A? You used to have to close the A. I have no idea, because like normally, so the way I learned HTML, right, is you open a tag like a href, right, and then you say where you want it to go, right, so link.html. Then you can put whatever you want, whether that's an image, whether it's a, and then you do that, whether it's text, and then that tells it that we want to start the link here and we want to end the link here. But even with an image, you would do image. So normally you would do something like image and then source equals, and then you say file.jpg or whatever, right? And then you would close the image. Now if you wanted to ahref that, then you would do ahref equals link.html, and then you would also close the A like that to say that you no longer want a hyperlink. That's how I learned HTML. But Jibbity's got this weird way of like just cutting it off here, I think, without any. So I don't know whether that cuts off my new ahref that I added. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Alright, so we should have our new file. And I think I broke the image. What the fuck? gIRLS has some weird ways of doing things. Yes, overwrite. Also, these all still say index page. I should probably include. Yeah, I want to update my template so that it says something else. Yeah, that broke the images, but these aren't even text. These are like all images. So I don't know why that broke things. Let's see what gIRLS says. I'm trying to add anticipated future hyperlinks as girl get id.html, but it broke the images. What did I do wrong? I see what went wrong. You're trying to put an ahref inside the image tag, which is not valid HTML. I thought it was. Am I wrong about that? It has been a while since I did HTML. The image needs to go inside an A tag instead. Okay, let's have a look. The image goes inside an A tag. So we start off with an ahref and then we put the image source inside of it. Really? Am I misremembering? Could be. What the fuck is that? What are you giving me? gIRLS, what are you giving me? Apart from a fucking aneurysm. Oh, because it gave me it from girls list. I don't want the fucking... Oh. No, I don't want either of these. I just want the image now. So it should be safe to delete that part, I think, now. Alright, we'll give it a go. Also, let me just update my index.html on the local file, because otherwise it won't update. And we'll just put... Where's my page title? There it is. There we go. It was looking for 001.html. That's perfect. So Chizuru is index 001. So now the only thing I need to know, so we can update that. Put it on the website, make it look pretty. Off it goes. Refresh. Yay! Now we want to see if we can like make this look cool in HTML. In CSS, sorry. Okay. And then it did what we wanted. It says girls, click an idle girl to find out more. Yeah, what I might also do, so we could be smart about this, right? Is if you think about it, right? We're replacing header 1 with some text here. And the page title is idle girls. we could probably change it so that our Unity generated pages say iDLE colon and then whatever is here, because this is the page title, right? So this would now say iDLE colon girls. So to do that, we can just go into our index.html, which I've got too many of these open. Yeah, so where I put iDLE, where the fuck is that? Where the fuck? Oh my god, it's right in front of me. I can put colon header 1 because it's going to replace all header 1s for me with whatever the page title is. So that will now automatically also put that there on the page title. So that's nice. Alright, let's see if we can make this look nice. So I guess we want to update our CSS on the server. So I'm just going to close the other one. That probably was the server, but just in case it wasn't. And then we'll edit with, open with Notepad++. If we can find Notepad++, there it is. Alright, and then it gave it some nice names for it, didn't it? Girl card, girl list or something. So we have a class of girl card. So what did it teach us about classes? It said classes were dots, didn't it? And IDs were hashes. I think that's what it said. So if that's true, then we can define girl cards now in our CSS, and we can change the size of it or whatever. So we could say, I don't know whether it's image size. How the fuck do you change an image size? I don't know. There is size. Or do we just say maximum width again and all this stuff? Let me think about this. So at the moment it's loading it at whatever size it wants to load it at, I guess. It's certainly not 100% size. Well, let's just play around. We'll try. Let's try width at 10% of viewport width. Okay, that didn't work. Is that because we're declaring it wrong? Now, it did say dots were for classes, but let's try a hash. Let's try nothing. Okay, no matter what we do, it doesn't seem to update it. Okay, I'm struggling to style my new girl card. Setting the width changes nothing. How can I size and also put them into columns? No. Right. To size girl card elements and arrange them into columns, you'll want to do two main things. Use a container with display or flex or grid. I told you I wanted to do that. Now you're telling me I have to update my code. You said I could style it, you liar. You little liar. Ooh, what a lying little gibbity. Div class equals girl grid. And then put the cards in a girl grid. Are we doing that already? Girl grid. Yeah, we do. We already put it in a girl grid. Yeah, so we already put it in a girl grid. So we should already have girl grid and girl card. Okay, we did do that. And then it's suggesting this for the CSS. So it's saying our girl grid, which is also a class, right? That's the dots we learned. And that's a wrap. And we've got a gap. We've got center justify. And here we can say, how are we declaring how many columns it is? 10% of viewport width. All right, let's see it. Okay. That's not 10% of the viewport width, but at least it's starting to columnize it, right? Holy shit, that sounds like we're fucking gonna go and invade them, and you know, we're gonna colonize you. Holy shit. What are we? Okay, let's try 3% of viewport width. I don't seem to be getting any smaller. No, something is interfering with that. Yeah, something is definitely interfering with the size of that. Yeah, something is definitely interfering with our girl card size. Okay. Good news. We are getting a nice grid. Bad news. Something is interfering with our girl card 10VW size setting. They are still huge and can only fit 2 columns on the page. Here is my Unity generated girls.html. Alright. Thanks for the full HTML context. You're almost there. The issue with your girl card layout likely comes from one of the following. Problem 1, p tag wrapping the entire grid. This is invalid HTML. You cannot nest block level elements like div inside a p. Browsers will autocorrect this and break your layout in unexpected ways. Replace pdiv class p with div class. Right, is that happening in our Unity thing, or do I need to adjust my template? Okay, so what we need to do here is where we do p content p, we shouldn't put that in. We should let Unity handle that, and we'll just put content. That way we won't get that extra P. But just to make sure we're on the right track, yeah, that'll fix that. I don't necessarily want to run Unity again. We could, but I think I'll just go in, because that was a small change, right? And then we'll just edit with Notepad++, and we'll just manually remove it. Oh, that's our index HTML. gIRLS, edit with Notepad++. It was wrapping the grid that it said it didn't like. So we want to remove the P tag at the end. There we go. And let's see if that fixes it. No. Also, where's that little arrow coming from? There must be a mistake. Wait, what? That's not supposed to be there. Something's wrong. Oh wait, I left an extra thing, and I don't know if that made any difference. Yeah, that didn't fix it though. So it's actually wrong about that. Or it might not be wrong, but it's wrong that that was the cause of the issue. Something else is interfering with it. We also have the class of girl image. So what I could do, class of girl image, I could try girl image width is 10 viewport width, and then try that. There we go. Oh, that looks quite nice actually. Maybe they could be a little bit bigger. That's starting to look pretty good. Okay. Let's try 12 viewport width. Looking really clean. Thank you. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So now we can just decide how big we want it, right? Oh. Yeah, I think we could go bigger. That's quite nice. I like that. That seems like a good size. It gives, that's like the perfect size to just sort of get one row at a time without feeling too like crammed. I like that. I think that looks good. So now obviously these are already pre-hyperlinked, so we just have to write the page for every single character now. And that's characters done. Yeah, it looks pretty dope. Looks pretty dope. And it all scales, look, no matter what size you've got it at. Yeah, I think that looks really good. I'm really happy with this. Thank you, Canthea. Yeah, I'm glad I added the menu at the bottom as well. I think that's pretty useful. I might add like a home icon so you can go back to the home page, or maybe hyperlink this banner so you can go back to the home page. Yeah, so at the moment clicking the banner doesn't do anything. We should probably think about this now though, because obviously our template file is going to drive all the other files, right? So if we don't get it right here, then yeah, so here where we do image source, so Jibbity said we need to href this now. It's probably right actually. I was probably misremembering. So we just want to return to the main page. So I think you can just say, yeah, say not. Oh, we just say index.html. Yeah, because we don't know if it's always going to be at this exact address, so I'll just make it index.html. And then we would close our a tag there. Right, so that should hyperlink. The menu gets pulled in dynamically anyway, so updating the menu isn't so important at this stage, because oh yeah, if we could check that now and regenerate it, because I also want to make sure that the name of the page is getting put across there. It's more important on here now though, because our banner hyperlink would be done at this stage. Our menu, we can just update it whenever, because it gets pulled in by JavaScript anyway, so that's fine. So let's run Unity again with our new updated shiny template page. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to get some mince out the freezer. I need to go do that. Right, so that would have updated already. Let's just update it on the server so we can see it. Okay. And the main difference is, yep, we've got girls in the title now, which is nice. We can see what page we're on, and we can click to go back to the home page. Now at the moment the home page just, you know, has this because this was our template, but obviously we'll make a proper home page. All right, this is looking pretty good. Wait, that didn't look like that before. Why is it? Oh, it's not bad. It's just weird that it put 4 on this row and then those on that row. That's kind of weird. I actually quite like it, but I'm just wondering why it did it. It's just weird. I swear it didn't do that last time. It looks kind of interesting though. Huh. Swear it didn't do that before. Yeah, I need to go get some mince out the freezer. Look how shiny she looks. It's so funny. Alright, I'm gonna go sort some food out so I can cook it. Jeez, I'm getting old. Creaking bones. Okay, so now we need to set up our individual character pages, right? For each girl. And we want to show the stats. We want to show a nice big image. At the moment, I don't have descriptions for the characters and stuff, but I will be adding those. So let's just have a look. Yeah, so description's actually blank on all of these for now, but I will go and fill these in. And maybe even include like copy descriptions. So these are basically the descriptions for what each constellation will do. Again, I just haven't got that far yet. But for now, I think we'll just bring in the character image. I want the character image on the left in big. And I want to get all these stats. In a table on the right. Okay. So let me just have a look at this. So the way we did this is we defined a girl grid. And in the girl grid, the girl grid allowed us to have a container with some cards in it, and the cards go inside the container. But this time we want 2 columns. I'm going to ask Jupiter for some help with it. Perfect. Now I will need each character page layout like so. 2 columns, image, image name and description on the left, 40%. Character stats, attack, defense, HP, etc. in a table on the right. 60%. How should I proceed for my Unity code? Do we put need 2 parent containers this time? Okay. Great. For a 2-column character page layout, image and description on the left, stats table on the right, yes, you'll want a parent container to serve as the layout wrapper and 2 child divs inside for each column. HTML layout Unity generated. Okay. Have Unity output something like this inside of main. So we want a div class of character wrapper, div class character left, image, and then we put the character image URL in. Name, description, and all that jazz on the left column. Okay. So I'm going to declare a string. Well, we won't do this yet, actually. Now we're on our second page. So we'll start like we did last time, but this time we'll say girls page HTML, and we want it to start with all of this really. How do I set that weird $ thing up? That's the other thing I'm not really that familiar with. Jibity showed me this weird way. It's not like that. Where you can... How the hell do you do that? Well, here it says $@ and then, so can I just say $@ that and then put that in? There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, that's a really neat trick. Oh, that's really nice. And then we just put a semicolon to close it off. Ooh, I like that. That's really nice. Wow, we're learning all kinds of tricks. Okay, so... I don't think it was supposed to put the extra squiggles in. Yeah, whenever you see squiggles, they should be single squiggles, but we need to declare each thing right. So image URL gets lost here. But we can make it again like that. Yeah, we've lost ID as well. Get ID. Wait, aren't we still inside the for each loop though? Oh, we're not inside the for each loop. We should still be inside the for each loop. That's why it wasn't working. Yeah, and then we can just say yeah, then it knows what there we go. It wasn't doing it inside the for each loop. Now I will admit though, these nests are getting a little bit, because of this thing. So it is a little bit of an eye ache, and it's a little bit difficult to see where the nesting lines up. But we'll get there. So we got get name, that should now work as well. There we go. Get name works there as well. Description. So we've never gotten description yet, so we can go and get that. So we can say string description equals get girl dot description. Okay, so that would be the first part of the page, and then the second part of the page, character right, this is where we put all our stats. So we're going to copy that, and then we can say output plus equals, was it at dollar or dollar at? At dollar, I think. No. How did it do it before? Plus equals, it's dollar at quote, dollar at quote. Wow. These are some pretty neat tricks. I'm gonna have to remember that one. That's really useful. Okay, so obviously this is going to be a lot of work. This is going to be a lot of work. Because now what we have to do is we have to go to our girl. We have to get our girl entity. Where's our girl entity? There's our girl entity. And she do have a lot of stats. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. And actually I want to bring that out. There we go. I want to undock that so I can see it on the left. Okay. Okay. So the first thing I want to do, okay, these all say attack for now, but I need to go through and add every stat name that we want. Oh yeah, you're right. Attack, defense, HP, shield, defense, right. Okay, let's be smart about this. Let's be smart about this. I am going to, let's just put stat in here for now. Okay, let's be smart about this. If I'm smart about this, we can save ourselves a lot of time. I'm just going to put a ton of those in. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy, I'm going to paste, I'm going to copy, I'm going to paste, and we're just going to keep going until we reach the bottom. And we'll have to do some modifications to get them directly out of here, but we can do that with a quick search and replace. And obviously the one on the left is what it's actually labeled as, so we're gonna have to go and name them all as well. We do have a lot of stats. This is almost Zen-like, you know, if you're a maniac. Yeah, I'll include base heal, even though there's not many healers. I could, you know, get really freaky and be like, oh well, if it's a healer, then include this line, and if it's not a healer, don't include. Maybe I will do that later, but for now, let's just get everything raw and nasty. Just the way we like it. Alright. Then I'm gonna have to go and decide what each of these wants to display as. So attack, defense, HP, shield. shield defense. I'm wondering if that's going to look weird.
Right, I'm going straight back out to sea, Bill.
Alright.
I thought I'd be back sooner than that.
Yeah, you're out longer than I thought you'd be.
But it takes a while to drive to work being back, you know.
Yeah. Alright. I always spell defense with an S, but I think it's actually meant to be a C. Spelling it wrong this whole time. I don't know, that might be one that's different depending on if you're American or not, I can't remember. Elemental damage. Elemental damage. Elemental defense. Energy charge. Hopes if I spell it right. Energy cost. Energy cost. Skill point cost. Skill point cost. Stun. Stun resist. Stun damage. Stun defense. Effect hit. That's actually effect resist. Effect damage. Effect defense. Break damage. Break defense. Break effect. Crit rate. Crit damage. Crit resist. Base heal. Shield up, which is shield size essentially, I'm deciding to use for that. And speed. Okay. Okay, now what we can do is a simple search replace. On those strings. And I just want to replace double left curly bracket with a single left curly bracket. Double right curly bracket with a single right curly bracket, and then we can start to see, well, I should be able to guess what it is, because now single curly bracket, open curly bracket, we can tell it where to get these stats from, and we want to say to get them from girl. I think it was get girl, wasn't it? I normally use get girl dot. And so if I copy that and replace that, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, it's statistics. Okay. I think we should go from there and see what that looks like. Make sure everything's looking good. To test the descriptions working, I guess I'll just do like a description on Chizuru for now. So let's do a friendly, bubbly, well, she's not really energetic. A friendly, bubbly high school girl who spends far too much time scrolling on her phone on social media. Quite hot-tempered, argumentative, and always looking for a fight. Alright. Feisty. She's feisty, that's what she is. She's feisty. Ooh, we like them feisty. Alright, well, anyway, let's see if that is working as planned. I think that's everything, right? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, we forgot. We forgot to write it. So now we want to say string out page. So like out page and string out page equals template HTML temp. It's basically the same as this, right? Except we're going to use out page, and then we're going to use a different, right? So we can actually just copy this. It's similar, except output is out page. And girl list HTML is now girl page HTML. And this is also out page. And this is the girl's ID. Where the fuck is the girl's? It should be get ID. It should still be get ID. Yeah, get ID plus HTML. There we go. Okay, let's see it, I guess. Is that all? Is all that gonna work? That was a lot, right? That was a lot. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see it. This is exciting. This is very exciting. It took about 20% of a second, I think, to do all that. Look, there they all are. Look at all our HTML pages. Are they any good? That is the question. Well, let's find out, I guess. So we just want to grab all of those HTML pages. So I'm just going to sort by type. We don't want to update the index necessarily. I think we do want to update all of the things from here. There. Do I want to overwrite? Yes. Alright, moment of truth. Let's go to our website. I'm actually just going to go to the home page real quick. Yeah, we haven't got a home page yet, that's fine. Go to girls. There's girls. Let's click one. Marielle. Multiple choices. Why does it say multiple choices? The document you named requested could not be found on this server. However, we found documents with a similar name. Don't give people my pack files. What the fuck? What the hell is that? Don't be doing that. Wait, did I forget? Oh, I forgot to put girl in front of it. Oh yeah, I did forget to do that, didn't I? Okay. Let's delete those files off the server because they are incorrect. We meshed up. Hang on, I just don't want to delete anything important. It's just the numbers because they're redundant. Yeah, I made a mistake. I goofed up. We were supposed to say girl plus girl ID. There we go. It also says 300 multiple choices, but I only had one option. So we're going to delete. I'm going to delete the numbers because they're not going to get replaced, and then we're going to end up with a lot of redundant files. What are you doing to me? Windows. Delete those. Alright, let's run it again. Let's go. The rest of them should get updated. There we go. So quick. So unbelievably quick. There's our girls. Okay. Zoom. Overwrite, yes. Okay, let's go back to the home. Well, let's go back to the girls page. We have to refresh this. No, actually, the link should be the same. Alright, let's pick Nozomi. Hey! We're not done yet. We're not done yet. We still got a CSS style. But look! We have... It's not 100% right. I don't know why statistics... We're getting there, though. I don't know why statistics is like misaligned like that, actually. It's strange. But yeah, we got our stats. Also, is it me or is it not using... Is that using the font that I picked? I don't... Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, it's looking kind of ugly, so we definitely want to make that look better. And I'm not sure why statistics is misaligned like that. I wonder if it's because it did it as... I don't think we need the header of statistics, I'll be honest. Also, that looks like it's in H1 still, doesn't it? Or maybe it's not. Did it try to do it as H3? Oh, it's doing it as table header. Okay, we haven't styled those yet, so we might be able to fix that. We haven't actually defined those yet in our CSS. But I don't think I want that anyway. I just want to list the stats. I'm just gonna get rid of that, honestly. I prefer to get rid of it. Is everything else looking good though once we style it? So now it's just gonna say Nozomi and it's just gonna list her things. We can't see the description because she didn't have one, but very few of them do. But Chizuru should have one. There we go. A friendly, bubbly high school girl who spends far too much time scrolling on her phone on social media, quite hot-tempered, argumentative, and always looking for a fight. Yeah, I think the content is spot on. Now we just need to style it. Yeah, I'm gonna run it again though because I got rid of those headers. And eventually I'll want to put things like, you know, what do their constellations do and recommended gear sets and all kinds of shit like that, right? But we'll obviously do that as we flesh the game out. But this is looking pretty good. So every single one of these girls should now have a page just automatically. How cool is that? It's just all generated from the game. Just all came straight from the game. And obviously some of these values are probably going to change over time, but they'll obviously be whatever they are set to. whenever I publish. So it makes sure that everything's up to date. That is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So I'm going to run it again now that we've changed the code slightly to just get rid of that. So fast. So fast. Alright. Yep, let's just update it. Boop. And if we hit refresh now, it should get... Wait, what? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Are we actually seeing the live version? I don't know what is happening. It can't be. I don't think it's caching yet. Okay, I don't know what is happening right now. The stats are still there, which doesn't make any sense. Did I forget to save the script? Sometimes I forget to save the script. Let's try that again. Maybe I forgot to save the script. It can happen. It can happen. It's embarrassing, but it can happen to any guy, you know, at any time. You can just think you saved the script and you didn't, and then you got to, you know, you get all oiled up and ready to go, and then, you know, just, yeah, there we go. Come on. That's much better. So now we just got to style this bitch, right? Style this bitch. So we can have a go at it ourselves using the knowledge that we've learned. Actually, scrap that. We can for some of it, but I'm not sure how to get it into 2 columns. So my first question is, how do we get this bitch into 2 columns? Tell me, Jibbity. Tell me, Jibbity. How do we get it into 2 columns, Jibbity? Okay. Okay. Perfect. Here's the CSS you can add to the style CSS to create a clean, responsive 2-column layout. You know what we forgot to do though? We could have put, so the title just says girls, so we could have actually said the name of the girl. So what did we do when we replaced? Maybe we just left it as girls. Is that what I did? Oh yeah, I forgot to replace it. So I could have put the, well, we could still do that, right? Yeah, instead of saying girls here, we could say get girl dot name. That would be better. I'm not going to run it again just yet though. We'll do the styling. So what do we do for the styling then, Jibbity? Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Ooh, that's a lot. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't have to think of all that. Alright, let's make sure we are editing the one on the server. So we're just going to pull that in with into our Notepad++. I am loving this. This is so much fun. This is so good. And it, like I say, it doubles as like a wiki for the, you know, for people playing the game as well, right? Rather than do all this again inside of the game and then build tables. This is actually probably easier. It's probably like, this is like, how long have we been at this now? We've come up to 4 hours, but look at how far we've come, right? And how long did I spend pissing around getting this header image looking good? But damn, how good does that look, right? So like, I think what a great use of 4 hours of my time. I think what a great use of 4 hours of my time, because now we have a system that's just going to take care of it all for us, right? As we update stats, as we tune the game, as we change character descriptions, as we change constellation descriptions, whatever we do in the game, we just run this code. It takes like 20% of a second to generate the entire website for us, and everything is absolutely up to date. And then we just upload it, and then we link that in the game as a wiki, and then players can be like, oh, okay, so these are all the characters. Oh, okay, what does she do? Oh, what are the stats on this? Oh, what's this weapon? What's right? It's genius. It's so good. And because it's a website, right? I don't know. It could get some visits. Someone could come across it and be like, "Wait, this looks cool. What is this?" So we probably want to link the game, right? It's probably obviously a good idea to actually link the game when the game's out. So we'll obviously do that. I'll probably like add a play now button or something. I don't know where I'm going to put it, but we'll figure it out. We've got plenty of room on this menu. So maybe I'll add like a play now or something like that button to the menu. And the menu is one page that we need to update, right? Because the menu is being pulled in through JavaScript. It's so good. I don't have to like run the code again. I don't know. I just update this one little menu HTML that gets pulled in through JavaScript, and pew, we're good to go. So good. So good. All right. So we were putting our CSS into our CSS. So let's add all this at the bottom so we know where to find it. Hit save, and let's see what the default look. Oh, holy shit. Oh, that looks good. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting it to, like, I wasn't expecting gIRLS to actually. Oh wow, look at that. That looks fucking dope. Holy shit, gIRLS, I'm impressed. That actually looks so good. But now we can see that maybe we want to push the image to be a little bit bigger, actually, because these stats, I think if we can line it up so that the image goes down to the stats, and because we've got way too much room, like this table's way too wide for what information it contains, so we can just tune that now, right? Holy shit, that was really good. I'm actually dumbfounded by how good that looks just right out the bat. That's actually really cool. I gotta hand it, gIRLS getting better. gIRLS definitely getting better. It's really it's really impressive. And look at the rounded corners it's made. Look at this. Look at this shit. Like round corners and everything. That is so nice. gIRLS is flexing right now. gIRLS is really showing off right now. I'm very impressed. Yeah, maybe I would put a header up here then. Maybe I'll have it say like statistics or something. I don't know though. I'm not. Oh, and also We're still saying girls. Click an idle girl to find out more. Which obviously doesn't make any sense. So let's go. We have to edit that out. Yeah, I forgot that was. Like, yeah, we don't. So, okay, that doesn't make any sense. So I probably just replace that with nothing, to be honest. Because for this one, I think we just want that straight in. So I'll just replace it with nothing for that one. There we go. And then if we style our CSS, I want this image now to be a bigger slice of the table. So where are our columns defined? There we go. Character right, character left, character right. Minimum width 280. Where is this all being set? Stats table, the width is 100%. I can't see where that's being set. I'm still actually. Oh, look what it's doing! It's doing the mobile thing automatically for us. Okay, we lose our menu on mobile, but fuck mobile. Oh no, we don't. There it is. Fuck mobile. Look, it's put the stats underneath automatically. That's what that thing does there. It did that for us as well. Jibbity. Oh, jibbity. Jibbity, jibbity, jibbity. I'll tell you what. I'm really pleased with GBT today. It's being a huge help. Yeah, that's obviously the character image. It's hard to line the character image up with the bottom of the stats table anywhere, because it obviously greatly depends on what width the website is set to. This is I still can't get over this list. I still think I wanted to take a bigger push. I just feel like the stats table is way too wide. I'd rather have like a big beautiful image on the left, I think. But also, like, if we get that much bigger, are we really going to see? Oh, that doesn't look bad by any means, but I like to play with these things and see how I feel. I'm just not sure where that's being set, unless it's this. Let's see what happens if we change that to 80%. See what that does. Oh, that's the right column of that. Okay, I thought it was. Yeah. So I would, if anything, I would say, yeah, 48%. Because, like, oh no, the bigger that is, oh, I see the way around, isn't it? 52%. Because obviously these descriptions are way wider than these numbers, which are quite small. But at the same time, I also feel like you've got to look quite far just to see what it is, right? What speed? Let me have a look for 6 miles. Yeah, and also when I build the affection system, I'm obviously going to have like favorite, you know, we'll have like foods and gifts and things like that. You know, what are the favorite foods, and then you can gift those favorite foods to raise affection, and we can display this on the website as well, right? But I don't know, I might put that under the affection category. I don't know, I kind of feel like affection might not need to be a category though. She looks like she's fallen off. For some reason, she looks like she's about to fall over. She looks drunk. She probably is. And she looks like she's trying to touch Girlbrush's ass. Maybe that's why Girlbrush is blushing so hard. She's like, oh, where are you putting your hand? Okay, I really need to get out. Alright, so we are trying to find a way. So stats table, maybe, oh, actually this might help us a little bit. If we set stats table to 80%, it would just make the table smaller, right? Yeah. That may be better though. Because I do feel like it's squished way over there. But the thing, I can't even find the thing that I'm trying to find. And again, character image, if I set that to 80%, it's probably just going to be... So what is controlling the... Yeah, what's controlling like the size of each section? That's what I don't understand. Maybe it's not defined, and if it's not defined, it just does 50-50. That one definitely wants to be 100%. If anything, I want to make that bigger. But I would imagine if I made that 140%, it's just going to overflow. It's not going to push the other one. Yeah, that's what I thought. So something is controlling the container that these are in. Oh, I wonder if it's this. But I don't know what it means by character left, character right. Oh, I think it means right. Yeah, this is the left column and that's the right column. One says 40%, one says 55%. So if we could swap them around, 55, 40. And then we don't break anything, right? We just shift the weights. That's better. Oh, it's a very big image though. That's a huge image. That is a huge image. Yeah, I think that's a little too heavy. So we seem to be missing... We're not accounting... Wait a minute. Because 55 plus 40 is 95, right? So we must have like 5% that's like dedicated just to margins or something. So it sounds like we want to leave 5% on the table. So I think if we start by taking 5% off here and giving it to here and go from there. That's a bit better. Okay, we'll go again. So 45 and 50. I think that'll be the one. Yeah, I think that's about what I wanted. Right, so this will go. We're not going to have this text anymore because it doesn't make sense. And if she had a description, it would show under here. I think that's still part of the left column though. Yeah, I think that looks good. Yeah, I mean, we can't really add that much more for now because like things just aren't set up yet, right? We don't know what constellations are doing yet. We don't know what skills are doing yet. We'll have like skill descriptions. Like as I add more to the game, obviously we can have a place to put all this stuff now. But as a starting point, I think that's really, really cool. So we'll run the code again just to like get rid of that part. And I think this is looking good. So let's run Unity again. We made a couple of changes, mainly we're getting rid of that thing that doesn't make sense now at the top that says click a girl to find out more. And also I made it so that the girl's name will be the page title. So instead of saying just girls here, it will say the name of the girl. So if we go to Chizuru, it now says Chizuru. And we got rid of that bullshit at the top. It still has her name at the top though. I suppose it would. Yeah, the thing is, the way I set my template up, there isn't really any way to get rid of that. Because if I replace it with nothing, then we lose the ability to set the page title. I don't think that looks bad though. It gives it a little bit of breathing space from the menu. I think that looks fine. yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I think we're looking pretty good. So obviously, as you can imagine, I just need to go and do the same thing for weapons and armor. Skills aren't even set up yet. And again, I don't know, really looking at this, right, I don't know that we want a separate page for skills. I think we display skills on the character page. Because the skills are tied to the character, right? Affection is tied to the character. The reason these buttons exist is because they're for sections in the game, right? For the character page, but it's all still related to the character essentially. But whereas weapons and armor, I do want to list obviously all of our weapons and all of our armor. Yep, I think that's looking really, really good. Alright, I'm going to take a break, so I'm going to leave it there. And, yeah. What a great use of 4 hours, I think. Because, like I said, now I have a system where I don't need to do all this inside the game as well. I can just link to this website from the game. So if players are lost or stuck or they want to look something up, I just refer them. I just open this website in a new tab, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, it's all here." And then that, like I said, that doubles in the fact that if somebody stumbles across the website, they may in fact now be interested in the game because they're like, "Oh, what's this? These are cute girls. What's this game? Let me check it out." So win-win, I think. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Bye.